What's up? Mike's far away. What's up, gang? I forgot to open up my list. I don't want to minimize it while it's loading, because that breaks things sometimes. Need to open a text document. I think I just called it talk about. Yeah. Blam. Okay. And everything's good over here. Looks like it. Wait. So, been a whole ass week. Like, for real this time. I just did like 6 days straight of work, and I'm pretty creatively drained. I didn't want to do anything this day. I didn't want to do anything the whole week until I told myself I was gonna, like, put up the VODs. Those are still undone. Pretty lame. Let's see, we just did the Lightning Corridor. Killed Sloth. I think we were gonna go this way. That's why I came here. Can I, like, hover across this? No, that's probably too big a gap. This one, maybe. Yeah, shortcut boys. I also don't feel great today. Bit of a headache. And my nose has been running for a while. I blame that on the weather. I also low-key overslept.
The present is tiring enough without reliving the sins of the past.
But someone is going to pay for what they did to that animal. They'll pay in screams.
Damn. I was trying to fix my sleep because I've been staying up till like 9 AM for some reason. Normally I want to go to bed by like 6 or 7 at the latest. So I tried to go to bed early last night and that didn't really work out because I still had alcohol in my system from the day before. If you're unaware, I have a very slow metabolism because I eat once a day. I would say skinny despite not exercising or anything like that. It's not to say I'm not starving most of the day, I know I don't need it, I'm used to it. Discipline. That was weird, I was stuck in place for a second. Right. It was hard to go to stay asleep is what I meant, because, you know, I had to keep peeing frequently. It happens when I'm having an asthma attack and after drinking, and that's normal. The asthma attack thing's weird though, I don't know. When I first went to the doctor, they couldn't diagnose me because they didn't know. Like, that's not a normal symptom. I looked up that some people's lungs overproduce an enzyme that makes them have to pee, and that's all that we got. So, like, when I have to breathe heavily, my lungs are making more of that pee. But the two are not necessarily related. Fragment, I think that's a bigger piece. So, something I don't like is that, with the exception of applying elemental effects, there's no reason to use your sub-weapon ever, right? Like, you might like the way it attacks better, and that's a good enough reason. But, like, it doesn't necessarily combo into the whip at all. And the whip's just good all around. There's no reason you wouldn't want to use this. But my issue specifically is that, like, my whip is currently way stronger than my sub-weapons, so I actually don't want to use them at all. With the exception of the claws, because I have a lifesteal thing on them, and that's just good. But that's circumstantial. But then the issue is only accentuated when you have to level all of them up separately. It's not like you have a level on just your sub-weapons and your main weapons. It would maybe be better if you just had, like, one thing for all of them, which I guess is what your strength stat is, but, like, I don't know, it's a bit of an overcomplication that sort of forces me to not want to use things that I can't level up, like, maybe just focus on one or whatever. Which, you know, it's not necessarily a bad thing. You know, in, like, Dark Souls, you pick a weapon, and that's your weapon for the rest of the game, because they're all viable. But, like, if they all scale relatively evenly, then you can, like, play around with them, and actually use them, and, you know, just inject more variety into the combat. And that's why a game like Devil May Cry works. You can have all the weapons at once, because there are no stats. You can pay to make some moves a little stronger, but they don't necessarily make other weapons obsolete. I think this is just a shortcut into the hollows. I think this will take us where the geysers are, I think. We're already in the hollows, what am I talking about? But I think I know where it's taking us. That's what I was trying to say, mate. Goddamn, oh. So, this past week, I didn't get any work done. I kind of just lazed around and got all depressed because I had to work so much, but, I did finally finish Sekiro. I know we talked about it in, like, the first session of this in detail, but I finally beat, Sword Saint. I'm not gonna spoil the name, I guess, I don't know. And then I proceed to beat the game like 4 more times, get the other endings. So I'm kind of a speedrunner of it now. Not really, they still take me like 3-4 hours per run, but I'm mostly running past a lot of the enemies. Which is weird, but like in a game like Devil May Cry, as you were talking about before, they always throw up like a red wall that just blocks you into a combat zone. But otherwise, there's no reason to actually fight anything. You could theoretically just Sonic your way to the exit. And like in a game where combat is the only mechanic, it makes you wonder like why they don't do stuff like that. Now, in Sekiro specifically, they have all the mid-bosses, sub-bosses, whatever, and they have fog walls, so you have to kill them at least. All the grunts, they're just there. They're there to give you money and experience. But once you're done with the experience, they're worthless too. So what was weird is after playing Tales of Arise and Death Stranding, I started playing and beat both of those since I stopped at the boss fight to Ashen, right? Fuck, I said his name, whatever. Right, so after playing both of those and returning, I felt that the game was a lot more slower paced and like the attacks just felt slower than I remembered. So my gameplay style had ended up completely changing, and I think the meta is to use the Ichimachi double as your main sub attack because it does just high damage and massive posture damage if you land it and you can hit it twice. It's basically just the best punish in the game, next to the High Monk, but that only works on like specific counter moves. Before I just couldn't. Fuck. So the orange glow that you're seeing on screen, that's a post-processing effect. Like, it takes warm colors and makes them warmer. So when I'm in yellow, that's already a kind of warm color. The orange filter made it look orange, so I thought I was in fire mode for some reason. As I was saying, I just, like, couldn't get on with it before. Like, it was too slow. And a lot of the bosses can still, like, hit you if you try to use it, especially if you go for the second hit of it. But, I eventually got the hang of it, and it's now, like, the only thing I use. But standard enemies, it just auto-breaks their posture, which lets you kick out of the delay to do an execution. So, always use it to go for an execution if you can. Basically, like, halfway through the, delay at the end of the attack, like, the attack has 3 parts: the hit, the anticipation, which is, like, the before, and then the delay. Generally good feels to have, like, low anticipation, go right into the hit, and then have a long delay. And generally you'll be able to move into the next attack before that delay is over. Right? So about midway through the delay on the Ichimachi, if you press the block button, you will go into a block. And that is crucial to using it, because bosses will usually go for a fucking punish on you after you've used the second strike. So you need to like perfectly time that if you want to survive after using it. When I was learning about the timing of attack animations, I actually like looked at Castlevania Symphony of the Night for the most part, because I just remember the combat feeling so fucking satisfying in it, despite it being incredibly basic, right? In that game, there's not even any anticipation, they just go right into the hit. Like, it's immediately in the completely out animation of the swing, and then he, like, pulls it back with the basic sword. It's a really weird animation, but it feels so perfect. I think this one gives me more, like, health forfeitures when I break shit. Right, so Ishin's a really weird fight. You start out fighting Genichiro in his second form, which you fought in the midpoint of the game. He's basically completely the same, and he's kind of a bitch. You can, like, get through him without even getting hit. No problem. He has, like, one extra move because of plot devices, but otherwise he's completely the same. Then it switches over to his fucking granddad. His dad. I don't know, he's just an old man, right? And at the Shura ending, which is what I got the first time, which is why it was so much more difficult, because he was in, like, boosted mode. You end up fighting him, because he's like, you know, you're a bad guy, he wants to put you down. That's basically form number 1, minus a few attacks. Or, I think all the attacks are the same, but they don't have the fire element to them from his next phase. So I was already used to that. He wasn't too bad to deal with. He has a lot of, like, white line attacks, aka the abilities that you can use. Like, you can literally unlock these and use them yourself. And those all go through block, which is kind of bullshit. Because some enemies, they do that and you can parry it, but with him it's no. Which is, like, bad communication on the developer's part. But basically I found once he just goes into a windup for one of those, you just run away, and then you prepare for an Ichimonchi. You hit him with that, he goes into the same retaliation attack each time, which is very slow and easy to parry. You do that, get another hit, and he'll probably go into another animation, or he'll, like, go for one of the perilous attacks, which are easy to counter. So that wasn't a problem at all. The real issue is the second phase, where he pulls out his sword, keeps all the moves from before, but he adds in a spear, which have always fucked me up, right? And a gun. I don't know why he has a fucking pistol, but he does. Now, the bad thing about pistols is he shoots them rapidly, and they're easy to deflect, but they don't do any posture damage to him when you deflect, so it's just like, it builds up your meter from nothing. basically the whole issue with him is he does a lot of wombo combos, and once your meter is built up, he will always go for a perilous attack. Which, right, the thing why spear guys are supposed to be easy is because they only have like a stab and a sweep. They don't do grabs. And both of those are easy to counter, especially with the Mikiri or the High Monk, which will do massive posture damage, and you're like, you want him to feed those to you, right? But because he wombo combos before all of them, your posture is always, like, completely broken. And that's, like, by design. But I think in the initial fight, it was supposed to be, like, you'd have just enough posture left to survive it. In New Game Plus, that was not the case. I think I mentioned before how, like, as the game's difficulty increases, the game's mechanics start to fall apart a bit. What's also bad is when he does his stab and his sweep move, he just kind of puts the spear behind him. Like, it's really difficult to tell which one he's going for. So he'll usually trip me up with a sweep when I prepare to counter a stab. He also does this big sweep, which took a while to figure out how to counter because it has such a wide AoE, but basically you just jump on him in time and then you can get a few free hits. His third phase is actually the easiest, because it's just more of the same, but he adds in lightning attacks, which sounds scary, but if you jump in the air, you can do a lightning counter and, like, stun him instead. You get a ton of free attacks, so that fight's over really quick once you get there. It still took me like 2 days to get the hang of it once I went back to the game, but I eventually beat it. And then, you know, I beat it like once a day from there on. So, he's still giving me trouble. There are some bosses that I think are maybe more difficult than him. For some encounters, specifically, like with enemies, because they're just kind of bullshit. So basically all that I have left in the game is, well, 2 achievements and the Gauntlets of Strength. The Gauntlets of Strength are like set boss rushes, which, they're fine. They're a bit annoying in how you just have to do the whole rush every time you die. Like, that sucks. And for the most part, you fight old bosses, and they're pretty simple, but then at the end, there's a new boss, which is an amped-up version of one of the endgame bosses. Also, one of the gauntlets, the fucking Demon of Hatred, who is the fucking Bloodborne boss I said didn't belong in the game, is one of the main enemies of. Which I've gotten pretty decent at doing the cheese, so, like, I've still never killed him legit. But, you know, I can take care of him. I actually find it really difficult to do it on the controller, which is why I play the game with. Because you have to be able to, like, do a jump and grab in quick succession. Oh, while also sprinting, which means you have to hold the dodge button. So, when I come to that, I switch to the keyboard, which lets me, you know, have a finger on all 3 necessary buttons at a time, rather than only having my thumb available for all 3 actions. Lagging a bit. It's probably loading the area.
What would you ask? This will be fun for both of us. As you wish.
Marauder enhancement, what does it do? Yeah, more health lurcher chance. And that might be pretty useful. Like, when fighting enemies in the Crucible. Maybe I should put that on Salvation, right? With this weapon. See, that's the thing. Like, none of those on-hit effects are gonna really matter with Salvation. I'm gonna want to put something like more health or defense on it eventually. But is Salvation always equipped? Like, is that chance to spawn lurchers still active? Like, even if I'm not breaking shit with it? Also, on the off chance that, that these still take effect, I guess I should just have something equipped to all of them, right? That'd be ridiculous if they did, and throw the whole balance of the game out of whack. Right, so the last time I finished it, I actually waited a bit too long before getting the final quest item I need to get the last ending. Which I knew how to get the whole time, I just didn't go for it because, like, I wanted to have the true ending be the last one I saw, right? But then there's the freaking last hidden achievement. I don't know why it's fucking hidden, but basically I have to unlock all the skills in the game. Which I'm almost there for, but the issue is they want you to play a lot more than 4 times, right? There are only 4 endings to the game. And you need to play it like 6 times if you want to accumulate enough skill points. You can sit there and grind in one playthrough, but 1, that's boring, and 2, the experience multiplier goes up with every New Game Plus, so it's just better to keep going like that. Not to mention, you get fat lumps of XP for killing bosses, so they're the most efficient way to actually farm. Alright, that's what I was talking about. I thought it was going to take me out over there. So, yeah, I'm going to have to do, like, a few more playthroughs of it. But, again, I'm like a certified speedrunner. They get faster every time. My damage output keeps increasing, right? It's so great. Despite the blocking and parrying mechanic of the game falling apart as the enemies start doing more damage, their health stays the same, so as my damage output increases, I have to block and parry less. Some fights are just over like that. Which is honestly sort of a difficulty setting of its own. There are a lot of fights where, like, you just get tired after doing the dance for a while, but, like, if the dance is shorter, they're really not that bad. The final boss is exactly like that. Like, he's gotten a little easier every time. I don't think it's practice because it takes a long time to get to him. Inichiro is definitely practice, but there's, like, a basic enemy in the game that's exactly him, so you get plenty of it. I think I'll probably attempt the Demon of Hatred legit in, like, one of the following ones now, because I have the high damage output. Like, he's just a fucking sponge, man. And his hitbox is so jank, you have to hit his fucking ballsack. It's the only part of him that takes damage. Like, he has big legs, big arms, a fucking face. You can try and hit all of them, it just doesn't do anything. And, like, because his ballsack is hovering above the ground, only some of your attacks actually fucking hit it. It's just so shit, man. Ow. Now, so for one of the endings, you have to go back into the past and fight your father a second time, right? The boss is literally called Father, so I don't think it's a spoiler. Now there, he's like, you know, he's a little younger, he's still an old-ass man, but his moveset's different. He fights a little more recklessly. And he uses attacks that he can counter as well, which the other one doesn't. He plays it very safe. He's a fucking bitch. Relies a lot more on tools. Now, while he does a lot more damage than the initial encounter with him, I think that he's actually easier. Because the one boss that still gave me a ton of trouble is the initial encounter with him. Freaking Great Shinobi out. Happens at like 2/3 through the game. Mandatory fight. He's kind of just an upgraded version of Lady Butterfly in that he blocks all your attacks until he's ready for you to hit him. And he does badass damage all the time. See how my fucking character just keeps walking past him while the attacks? Damn it! I was debating whether or not I should have healed, but I thought I could have took that one hit. See, so the second fight is maybe easier just because it lets you use the mechanics of the game, while the normal one doesn't at all. Which... You know, I said that the Demon of Hatred was a bad fight because it did that, but in this case specifically, he fights more or less exactly like you, like he's super cautious and tries to exploit everything that you do. I think that makes him a good fight, despite it being freaking difficult and not letting you play the game as it should be. It's cool to see, like, the Shadow Link fight. Let's see, at the beginning of the game, there's a fight that, like, you're supposed to lose. But on New Game Plus, you're gonna be like, oh, this is Genichiro, he's a bitch. So you'll actually try and fight him, and it is in fact winnable. I won it. However, it's not an ending to the game. You just get the dick with a shuriken, and he runs off with the kid anyways. It's kind of disappointing. Like, why even let me put in the effort if you're just gonna do that? Just make it a fucking cutscene. I guess I noticed more stuff with the story, like making more sense on the subsequent playthroughs. Now I had the context of everything. Still some weird stuff, though. I don't know, I guess those are my closing thoughts on it. I still have to play it more, so I might end up making like a boss guide or something. Just while I'm bored, record all the fights, tell you what I'm doing to help somebody out. Come on, I hit the up button. Yeah. I probably should do that. I want to put more, like, actual videos on my YouTube channel to, like, you know, bring people to it, and then eventually to the stream. But, you know, also for my game, when that comes out, when I start advertising for it, there will be a place where people are already going to for other content. I just don't know what I want to put on it, though. Like, what, I have a video of me dicking around on the mountains in The Witcher 3. Which I didn't even blow up for, but I'm kind of pissed because, like, fucking gaming magazines, like PC Gamer and Rock Paper Shotgun, all wrote articles about this fucking streamer who was doing just that, even though I, like, made the video, like, half a year before he did it. And then someone eventually made a mod to give Geralt a snowboard, which made it, like, easier to do. But come on, guys. I'm tight. And I probably should have made stuff of me dicking around in Death Stranding. Because I was doing stuff like that too. The movement was just really fun. The issue is, again, I had Eurobeat playing the whole time. Since the fucking radio is non-existent in the game. So there would have been copyright on it. And I, of course, had my cringe-ass video essay about Metroidvanias. But you know, the game I'm making is one of those, so I actually did think about it critically. That's kind of where the idea for the video came from. I was just thinking about how I wanted to structure everything once I got all the core mechanics laid out. And I haven't made, like, anything standalone since then. Oh, wait, I have a challenge guide in Devil May Cry 3 for one of the things. There's one where it wanted you, like, stay in the air for, like, 30 seconds or something. So, like, I showed people how to do it by spamming buttons. Alright, I could probably beat this guy if I pop a fortifier, which, you know, he's a boss. I don't feel bad about doing that. That's actually one of the things that really helped me out in Sekiro, right? I was talking about all the tools were eventually just useless because the damage on them is fucking laughable. The only one that I actually use is the Flame Vent, really, which I use it specifically for the Guardian Ape because he burns really easily and puts him into, like, a stun state. Otherwise, I don't really touch them. And everyone seems to agree that the fucking Iron Umbrella shield thing is trash, even though it's not. Like, it's pretty great. Fighting Cowboy, he's the boss guide I watched for Ishin initially, and I couldn't pull it off because I didn't have the shield, like I didn't even buy it. But he used it very heavily in that fight, and also for the Demon of Hatred fight. But basically, I'm saying don't underestimate, like, defensive items. They're like these blue sugars you can pop to give you a pretty big defensive boost, and, like, it's just as significant as it is in this game. If you kill the headless bosses, you can get a couple of them that you can activate with your spirit emblems, which is what I was talking about, the tools. So that's something that I actually started using pretty regularly. Just the defensive boost one. Because I'm definitely gonna take a hit, so I can't take the attack boost one that lowers your health. What's really weird is there's only like 3 of them that you can get for killing all the headless. But one of them just, like, raises your stealth level, which is pretty fucking laughable. Because you can already run up to guys and stealth kill them once you have all the passive abilities. Like, it's really unnecessary. I'd rather have something that, like, gives me a little health regen, or maybe posture regeneration would be more fair. Oh, speaking of health regen, that's the reason why I failed the ending the first time, right? To go on that path, you need to eat this item called rice. Which, I think it's rice in quotes because of story things. It's definitely not tapeworm eggs. Immortal tapeworm eggs. But it basically gives you, like, massive health regeneration for a short period of time. You can only hold one of them at a time. You need to eat it a few times to progress the quest line with a specific character. So, you know, naturally I was saving it for when I got to a boss that would give me trouble. And then I'd forget to use it, and then I'd end up never eating it. And that's the reason that we failed to get the ending done, that run, where it should have happened. Now I have to put in all the work again, and actually remember to waste the rice on nothing.
This will be fun for both of us. As you wish. Take your time. As you wish. Make sure they scream awesome.
Right, I also played Prison Architects. I think I got for free at some point on GOG. It's alright. The game seems to have, like, a big focus on customizing things aesthetically, but there's not enough variety to make doing that any fun. Like, you can change out the floors and stuff, you can make the walls different materials, you can put a lot of useless decorations in the room, some of which has legitimate use and it increases the grade of the room. But for the most part, they don't. Like, it's just pointless, it's there for fun. And there's just not enough variety in those materials to make it actually fun to do that. Not to mention, you're building a prison, like, it's gonna look ugly. And with the grade system specifically, poor communication again on the developers, your inmates, you want to put them in shitty cells when they have worse crimes, and, like, you want to have, like, a reward system built into your prison where they can't get some nice cells that the lower ranking offenders get moved into. So, at first, I was just like, oh, I want to make all my cells nice. I'll put a bookcase in there, give them a little barred window, put a pillow on their bed, and then eventually my fucking maximum security inmates were all just sitting in the holding cell, like, why the fuck aren't they in these cells? They're empty. And them not having their own rooms raises the danger level, because there's nowhere you can lock them up. It's very important to, like, just keep them in the room at certain times of the day to keep them from starting riots and stuff. If they really misbehave, then you throw them in solitary confinement, which is like an enhanced version of the lockup time period. So what I do like about it is it uses a grid-based building system, so it lets you copy tiles and like quick paste structures that you've already built, and there's also a whole quick build system if you're not very creative. Which I took the challenge upon myself to do one of the missions with only the quick build system. So like I'm not upgrading any rooms or whatever, and yeah, it has some issues. Like for the basic canteen that you build, which is a lunchroom, cafeteria, is that a ledge I can grab? No, it's not. It doesn't have a trash can. So it gets really dirty and you don't get any recycling money. The trash can is essential to the room's functionality, by the way, when you try to build one yourself, so I don't know how they got away with that, but it doesn't have a fucking trash can. None of the rooms have sprinklers pre-installed. Not even the kitchen, which is where fires start the most often. They never explained to me how the freaking regime system worked, which is where you set up the time slots for the day, based on security level of prisoner. So when I started implementing prison labor to try and get people to clean up the prison for me, it just, like, nothing happened. I fired all my janitors, things got really dirty, and everyone got unhappy, and then a riot broke out. So the rioting mechanic's neat. You can call in, firemen, paramedics, riot police, armed police officers. And you, like, command them around like an RTS to try and secure all the sectors. Then you have to, like, bring in your own security to try and keep places locked down after you beat the shit out of all the inmates. Maybe killed them. Sometimes you want a riot to break out so you can quell the population, because they're going to be in your prison for a long time before you can put them on parole, at least. Parole is pretty essential for keeping your prison open, too, because you want to keep people coming in. You don't want to ever have a full prison, because you get your money for every guy you put in and every reform. But again, the parole system, not at all explained. There is like a short campaign where they all have you tackle different situations to learn about mechanics of the game. Parole is not one of them. It was a neat story though for the 5 missions that it lasted, how all of them are connected loosely. Leading to you eventually becoming the CEO of the prison building corporation. Making all the big crooked decisions to make money. I don't think I ever went in there, did I? I'm pretty sure there's stuff in this door that opened up on this pillar here. It's even there. Yeah, I don't think it exists. Now, what's really strange is the original CEO, he was like Mr. Tutorial Guy, right? So he would call you to explain mechanics sometimes. But he gets killed in like the 2nd mission. And he continues to be Tutorial Guy even after he's dead. What? They do bring in another NPC eventually. But initially, it's just weird. And he shows up in missions after the other guy's introduced, too, because he's just the guy who gives you that tutorial. Rather than just a text pop up on screen. He, like, calls you on the phone. I feel like that's the way to go. But I don't know if I've been in the room over here before or not. Probably have. Yeah. It's a dead end. Oh, we didn't need to do any of that. Just exploring. Angelic artifacts. I feel like we found a lot of those. Is that what I needed to finish upgrading one of my talismans? Because we just got a chosen thing. Maybe I can make this whole trip worth it. We go back to the Maker's Forge. And then we'll head back into the swamp. So yeah, aside from just like generally poor communication of mechanics, despite having a long tutorial, it's just kind of boring. There's not enough variety. There's not enough reason to take advantage of what variety there is. There are DLC packs that I don't own, which could take advantage of it. But like again, it's just kind of boring. Like I don't want to buy the DLCs. And, you know, I get it. Prison's not supposed to be a fun place, but, you know, it's a game. Make it a little funner. Oh my god, there's also this one really annoying mechanic in that, you want to keep your doors locked, so when the prisoners are walking around, they can't just leave without keys, right? So, if you use the normal locked door, there's just doors that are doors. There's staff doors, where the staff members have keys that work on them, too. For the most part, you're going to want standard doors. Or standard locked doors, which only the guards can open up, which means there needs to be you need to have a man in every sector of your prison to open these fucking doors for your employees. Otherwise, they'll get stuck there. And then suddenly, like, a few days will pass and your building's still not done. You're like, oh, there's just no one opening the door for this guy. Despite my patrol route having guys set to go through there, it just never happened.
As you wish. Farewell for now. What would you ask of this humble? Take your time, as you wish. Please, take your time.
Also, in the second mission where people are getting shot, it doesn't tell you that you need to have, like, an overabundance of officers free to take care of all the bodies and, like, transport stuff like that around the prison. Which I already had a lot of them because I need to secure all the sectors, which I guess is how they were low-key teaching me about the freaking locked doors. But there's still, like, a lot of sectors. So, like, I would have guards in rooms that are just rooms with nothing in them, specifically so they could open fucking doors. And once you finish the riot in that second mission, there's a whole bunch of optional tasks you can do. But it lets you move on as soon as you've finished the riot, which is really strange because there was a lot of optional tasks. Like, it makes you skip the whole mission, essentially. It'd sit right with me. You do get an achievement if you stick around for it, though.
Well met, Fury. Aiming to lay down a mighty hurt, are we? Interesting. All right. Let's see what I can do for you.
Oh, passive havoc generation? Nice. I have just enough.
Didn't think it was possible, but now you're even deadlier.
Yeah, that could have been good. We just have to kill another chosen, and we'll have that one done right away.
Interesting. Nests and blessings to you, Fury.
Yeah, let's replace that one with the Enoch. Anything to make me feel less hesitant to use my Havoc during a boss fight is good, right? Okay, we're going back to the swamp now.
What would you ask of this humble man? Please take your time.
I think these two are swapped. Like, you come to this one before this one. I think this is the one we want to go to. Mm-hmm. Geez, I should have mentioned the game does have mod support. I haven't checked out the mods, but, you know, they could definitely make up for the lack of variety, right? It's just, like, ugly sprite work. Dart style isn't very good, in my opinion. So, like, I feel like anybody should be able to implement new furniture and stuff to put around the place. Well, great untextured box, my favorite one. There's another one.
Lust army of the undead, everlasting. You're not worth my time.
Oh, it's a necromancer. Ah, you fucker. Hey, hey! Right, I could probably throw this at it. Aw. I think this is literally the chosen guy I just fought, but, you know, it's a normal enemy. Normal, he still has a fuck ton of health. Damn it. Fuck. Alright, so what else do we have to talk about? I think that said Attack on Titan. Final season. Part 1. Despite it being called the final season, they're splitting it into 2 parts. Let's see, I don't know if I talked about Attack on Titan at all. Basically, if you ask anyone if they like anime, they're gonna tell you no, but they probably said, I like Attack on Titan. For some reason. Probably just because the big naked people are cool, right? A little scary, a little surreal. Don't eat me, big naked daddy. And that's basically all the show was for the first season. Like, they were just trying to survive with all the fucking naked people eating each other, right? And then there was a massive delay for the second season. Like, a couple years massive delay. I think that's because the writer didn't know what the fuck he was doing beyond naked people. So he basically got the show to actually work. It blew the fuck up. He's like, oh shit, I guess I actually have to write stuff for this now. And after that 2-year wait, I guess, like, there was too much demand for it. They had to put something out, because what we got was just a season of Eren being carried by the fucking 2 traitor Titan people. Because the show is actually a flesh mecha. They decided that at the end of the first season. Right? Some people can transform, and some of there are people like infiltrating them who can transform as well, and they are leading all the normal grunts. And alright, that's enough. Right, that's plenty fine. They also showed a flash of, like, Titans being inside the walls, which, considering that the boss of the first season was someone who, like, could harden their skin, it makes sense that the walls are made of big guys with hard skin, right? They kind of forget about that for, like, the following 2-3 seasons. Yeah, I thought Season 2 was, like, shit. When they get to the end of it, Aaron gets, like, the power to control Titans, because apparently he's special. He, like, has the power of the Sovereign stolen from him or some... And he uses it for, like, half a second, and then never again. And then, until the final season, where they bring back the thing with the walls and that power. The third one actually picked things up. Like, things were actually happening. It wasn't just fucking talking while guys run. Chronology's getting mixed up. There might be either 5 or 6 seasons of this, so, like... 3 and 4 are gonna blend together for me, but... Whatever the next part is got, like, really action-y, and they, like, stage a coup, take back the government, because apparently they were the traitors the whole time. Ooh. And despite everyone fucking dying, like, literally almost every character that you cared about fucking gone, they end up clearing the whole island of naked people. And that's where you were left before the final season, right? Like, what could possibly happen now? They seemingly got rid of the entire threat. They've got peace. What's the deal? Why is it continuing? Now they had to fucking write everything that happened. So, apparently, it's sort of a World War II situation. They locked all these people who could transform on an island. And, you know, the rest of the world's afraid of them, but they also, like, brainwash these people so they don't remember what the fuck they are. And that's why they're all afraid of the Titans, despite the fact that they all turn into them. Every single one of them. Though there are specific ones that, like, keep their brain and don't go fucking full retard. Yeah, I said the bad word. I don't know why I said it. Full stupid. And they're the important ones, right? They're, like, literally dynasty warriors. They're the important guys, and there's all the trash. And you become an important guy when you eat a small guy, or something like that. Yeah, in your brain dead form, you eat a guy who is an important guy, and you take his form. It's kind of stupid and really fucked up culturally. But it also helps, like, monstrify the people who have been our friends the whole time, right? That they now have to debate eating each other to carry on the powers that they're gonna need to get the hell off that island, because they have to go to war with the entire fucking world. And that's what's happening there. It actually starts off with us following the opposing forces and, like, how they're mistreating the people who should be on the island but aren't for some reason. They're, like, living in ghettos and stuff, being used as soldiers for their Titan abilities. And that stuff's all interesting. But then there are freaking characters from the other seasons show up, and they're, like, villains again, and they're just, like, murdering everyone, ruining lives and shit, and, like, it's really fucking jarring. And if that wasn't bad enough, like, it wasn't just a perspective thing, like, these people actually deserve it. No, Aaron becomes, like, an actual fucking villain. And, yeah, I don't know. Like, I already didn't love him, but now I kind of hate him. I don't know, it's taking a lot of unexpected turns, but this is what I mean by, like, the guy had to stop and write the rest of the show, because this stuff all came out of fucking nowhere. I don't think they had any of it planned. Which is probably why they split it into 2 parts, and it's been such a long delay since the first part aired now. Almost a year. So, like, overall, very sloppy in my opinion. I can say that it got better beyond the first season, right? Like, it started going places, and it kept my attention. But I also don't think that it's just, like, it's not anywhere near good enough to be the one thing that everyone says they like, despite not being weebs. Alright, they say that, and I was like, have you watched Trigun, though? I feel like this guy should have a big health bar, because he is that difficult. You know, we need a fortifier to beat the other one. I don't know why I wouldn't use it to beat this guy too, yeah. Or, like I was talking about before, I could just run past him. Like, he's not a boss, he can't have anything too fat on him, right? Maybe he does, which is why I'm going to kill him. But there's nothing keeping me from running away. Darksiders 1 and 2 both did the Devil May Cry combat wall thing, too. So it's really strange that it's missing from this game. Because they, like, know that that's necessary to make you fight. Maybe with the resource management aspect, they decided that it would be a strat to avoid fights. Trying to hold the button. I don't want to hold it too long and get the dick from him. We're gonna pop a fortifier. Jesus. When I actually use it, I get a decent fight against him. I think he only hit me like 3 times. Small shortcut. One of these guys around, and there has to be a goo pile too. Probably use to blow up the wall in here. I have to like throw them up the ledge. Yo, the homie alive still. Yeah, it would have been far. Would have been smart to find something to fuck up while I still had that active. But we gotta figure out what this little shit's for. Oh shit, he's alive. This guy's alive too then. Money. Oh shit, no, he's dead. Huh. Guess I do gotta bring him this way. I don't know why else he'd exist. Ah, boy. What's that say? Yeah. Ori Mia, wow. Yeah, this one's a rom-com. That's no fun. Dude, we talked about Kaguya-sama Love is War before, right? And that was hilarious. This one is not hilarious. It kind of falls into the other categories of like predictable or generic that I generally don't like. Still, it was cute. I guess we can all use a dose of cute eventually, even if it is generic. Let's see, we have edgy alt boy who dresses like a nerd at school, right? He always like runs away at the end of the day and secretly takes off his nerd clothes and glasses and becomes edgy alt boy. So that's his superpower. Then popular girl is like, whoa, who's edgy alt boy? He's cute. She doesn't even know. But he like helps her out or something, helps out her little brother. He's like, oh, this guy's he's gonna come around, he's gonna bang my sister sometimes, right? Right? She's like, ah, fine. And yeah, they just, basically the little brother shipped the two of them. And they become good friends, and he starts making friends at this school. There are like 4 relationships you follow throughout the thing. Again, they're all just predictable, like insta-shipped. Not incredibly realistic, like they're too perfect for each other. Except, you know, the gag in some of these cases that they're not perfect for each other. Like, what popular girl likes a freaking mean dominant man, right? And edgy alt boy is actually really nice and stupid. Despite dressing like a nerd, he's really stupid. So that's like a running gag for them that he's trying to be mean for her. I did say it's not hilarious, but it does have some jokes. Again, just not as good.
What new nightmare was that?
I can't wait to find out.
That was sarcasm? Mistress?
This is off the beaten path, so it's probably the way I want to go. Let's see, I'll give it props for, like, actually going into how their relationship runs after the initial get-together. Because normally rom-coms are, like, the whole build-up to it, right? It's will they, won't they, hear awkward shenanigans. And then, like, it ends when they finally kiss or whatever. Whereas this one, they get together pretty early on, and then you see, like, the struggles that they actually go through trying to make it work after that. So it does get some points for originality there. And for once, they do actually bang. Normally the kiss is the penultimate "you're pregnant now" thing in, like, TV. Yeah, it was alright. I can't say I watched it super intently. But I'm sure there are people who are more its audience than me. So, soft recommend from someone who doesn't care for it. I guess there was a slight element of relatability for me and the main character in that, like, he's just alone in the classroom. And he's a completely different person when he goes home. And once he started making friends, they just all started piling up, friends of friends and stuff. That is, in fact, how it works. However, I guess it low-key does play into the Manic Pixie Dream Girl trope, in that this girl showed up out of nowhere and changed the man's life. Which is normally what's supposed to not happen, like it's a delusion. But it's literally what happened this time.
What do you want?
Or geez, I guess it's a dream boy and a dream girl. They're both unique and quirky and change each other's lives. How original. Original and doubled down on tropes. Let's see, I know it was a manga first, or maybe a webcomic or something. And then there was an OVA made, like, a few years before the one that aired on TV happened. I think it was on TV, I stream everything. I couldn't tell you which version's better. You probably want to read the manga, right? Always. Always. I can say the anime specifically made, like, this weird thing where whenever people were doing emotions, the background would fade away and just, like, a color, like... Okay. Which was somehow effective in conveying the emotion, however, it also felt like padding to me. That was just, like, wasted screen time. Right, so you know Google watches your every move? Because I watched that, I think the next thing to get recommended to me was fucking Domestic Girlfriend, which is not as bad as it sounds, but also every bit as bad as it sounds. Considered by everyone to be a masterpiece dumpster fire. Like, the drama is so good, but it's also, like, the title. It's about step-siblings to make things any better, so, you know, normal porn stuff. This is a dead end. Oh, no, I could probably pull this. Yeah. Okay, so obviously there's a manga, right? And I think that goes way beyond what the anime covered. So it probably has a more satisfying conclusion. But basically the man's juggling two girls the whole time, both of which are his stepsisters. And I think it leaves it ambiguous as to which one he goes for in the end. Basically, one of them, like, actually likes him, but she isn't, like... she isn't the sex object that he wants. And the other one, he's just like, man, this is my hot fucking teacher, I want her. And those two are sisters, of course. So, like, one of them's his age, the other one's much older, and it's kind of taboo, too. So, like, multiple fetishes at play for him. Not to mention her tits are fucking huge. And that's the whole dilemma. Do you go for the one that you've had a crush on your whole life, or the one that's probably actually good for you? Oh, the freaking perils of being a young man. It also doesn't help that, like, within the first minute of the show, he hooks up with the one that's right for him, because she just wants to see what sex is like, and she's like, nah, that kind of sucked. We're never gonna talk to each other again. And his dad's like, psych, I'm marrying your mom. So, like, despite her not wanting to admit it, being a tsundere and all, she low-key has an emotional attachment to the guy. It's because that's, it's just how it works. Remember when we were talking about dating apps, I said everyone wants a little bit of human connection? The hormones you release during sex, like, those encourage bonding. For reasons. I don't know why. It's gotta be a safety thing, right? To encourage you to stay with one partner. Where did it go? Is it dying? It can't be dying. Can I jump with it? I can't. Alright, that can't be the right thing. There has to be, like, a path for me to walk it or something. Because it's not going to stay in place long enough for me to get it to where I need it to go. There's also, like, a subplot where the guy wants to be a writer, but he kind of is a shitty writer. And he ends up writing the manga about his experience juggling his fucking stepsisters. And that's what gets him his awards. Except it's a novel when he writes it, of course. It's probably how it works, right? When it's a steamy drama, all the girls pick it up. And that's what I mean by they left it ambiguous. Like, both of them are kind of out of his life at that point. He gets his award, and, like, that's the end. Whereas I think it goes more places in the manga.
Demon! Help! Please! He must die.
So, I guess it's still technically a rom-com, but, again, not very funny. I never laughed. So they were trying to make lighthearted jokes. Really, it's just, like, trashy drama. Like, stuff that you'd see on MTV. And in that sense, it is good. But again, it's trash. So really, it all depends on whether or not you're okay with someone seeing that title in your search history. I hear the bug, and I know I need one, but I don't know how to get to it. The one down there is freaking useless. There has to be, like, a switch or something that I'm missing, right? I can pull this again. Can I run through this door? Yes, I can. Oh, that's what I was hearing. Untextured boxes. Why are they all the same one? There are ones that have textures. You can get the other ones set up while I'm in here. I'm probably gonna do something to move that cage back to where I can actually blow that up. It's gonna be a huge waste of time. Didn't even do it. God damn it. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste my time with it. I'll just come back with the freaking boomerang, because I have to walk through this whole place again anyways. I want the boomerang with the purple power. I think that'll open up once I slide the gate over. Come on, move, you son of a bitch. You're going the wrong way. He's gonna stay here permanently, so I might as well put him back in the correct place. It's water, mate. What else do we got? I don't think that last one was even on the list. Oh, Skate Infinite, yeah. This. So I'm not a sports guy at all, but skateboarding's just fucking cool, right? And snowboarding. Like, the only sports games I played growing up were the Mario ones, SSX, and Tony Hawk. And you know, like, the whole early 2000s aesthetic was that sort of emo punk skater vibes, everyone wearing the freaking skater shoes even though they don't skate. So, you know, it was like the prime time for it to be the coolest thing in my head. But I don't think the scene for it really ever blew up in Japan at all. So it's really strange to see a show for it.
Good eating.
Previously the closest thing you had was a show called Air Gear, which was actually really good. It was about roller skating. They had like little motors in their roller skates that would like make the wheels spin so fast the centripetal force to let people run on walls and shit. They did like illegal street racing at night with their gangs and stuff. And yeah, it was pretty great, but it ended on a stupid note, and it's also like incomplete as fuck. So it's good to see a spiritual successor to that, even though I'd rather just have more air gear. See, we have two pretty boys as our protagonists. Reki and Longa. Longa is an exchange student from Canada, and he's just like a really nice guy. He's tall, quiet, and he's a professional snowboarder. But there's no snow in Japan, and it snows, but they don't snowboard. So he ends up getting into skateboarding with his boy Reki, who wants to be a pro skater, but he just sucks. He's mediocre at best, but he makes boards, so that's pretty cool. So he ends up teaching him how to skate. He makes a custom board for him to like sticks to his feet like a snowboard would. And they become best friends. Low-key yaoi. It's not gay. They're like, I got the impression they were just really good friends, but like, I'm sure there's tons of Rule 34 and like people were like shipping the fuck out of them in the comments. On the last episode, he scrolled down, he's like, why was there no gay? Oh wait, I didn't even have anything to pick up. I don't need to bother with this. What? Can I climb up onto this bridge? Yes. Oh, I see. He was in the right spot before. I didn't need to bother with that. Probably an easier jump if I put him back in the right place. See, another, like, weird cultural thing is they hang out at an A&W restaurant, which, like, not only is that just, like, a weird all-American chain that you don't see anywhere, like, I've seen one in my whole life, and it's kind of far away from where I live. Like 30 miles. Root beer's fucking great, though. So, like, it's weird that they would hang out there, of all places. Like, it's not popular in America. I think it's really strange to be popular overseas as well. Though it makes sense that they would be eating burgers and stuff as skater bros. Let's see, so it's a competitive racing thing. Like death race. Just anything goes, you just gotta win or knock your opponent out. So everyone has their own gimmicks that they bring with them. They go down the track. As you might have guessed, Longa is low-key a prodigy, and he gets the attention of, like, the toughest guy. He gets him to come back into the race. And that guy is, like, literally fucking insane. He's a pretty good villain, actually. But, you know, that whole shebang brings in the attention of the other best guys who aren't really racing anymore, too. So, Manic Pixie Dream Boy trope? He showed up out of nowhere, changed everyone's lives? Why was there no gay? See, it has some buddy comedy segments, and it's actually funny. Good stuff. Artwork's good. It uses mode 7 for the races, which actually really does a good job of conveying the speed. Which I don't know how they would draw it otherwise, but like, you just see flat billboards of stuff while they're racing. Kind of like Initial D. When they do, like, the commercial cutaways, they do, like, a bail reel of them fucking up tricks, which is always funny, as well.
It would seem.
And I guess that's it. It was just a fucking good skate racing show. Some good jokes, likable characters. It was a great time. Not to mention, it's wholly unique, and it's the only skateboarding show in existence. Or, skateboarding anime. Sorry, I don't watch shows. I don't think there's a lot of skating shows either, though, right? Tony Hawk never had his own show. Rod Deerdick at Fantasy Factory, he skates sometimes, but, like, that's not the focus of the show. Jackass, they're all skaters, but, like, that's not the focus of it either. And there's the X Games, of course, but that's, like, multiple things. Huh. You know, it's a really cool phenomenon now that I think about it. That every skater is just, like, YouTube famous, even though they're actual celebrities to us. Like, none of them are, like, TV famous. Except for Bam, but he's famous for different reasons. His skate name's the Wall Man because he's fucking splats all the fucking time, like he's really not good. But he knows how to take a goddamn wall, and you gotta respect that. I wonder how old he is now. Because he actually lives, like, relatively near to me, in the northeast Pennsylvania area. And I hear that he's, like, still throwing parties all the time. But, like, the dude's gotta be, like, almost 50 now, at least. And they're public parties, too. You can just fucking go to it. No invite necessary. He's like the Great Gatsby, but, like, redneck as shit. What hit me? Are we on time? Almost 2 hours. Sounds about right. Oh boy. Next, Beastars. I don't know if we ever talked about the first season. The show kind of blew up in the media because furries are a hot button topic right now, I guess. Maybe someone in the news covered it or something. But yeah, it's not a furry show, right? Though it is about animals having sex. Explanation. Okay, this is a Netflix show. It is 3D CGI. It looks really good. It's a society, where everyone is a legit animal. Right? They are humanoid animals for the most part. Like, they wear clothes and stuff, but they are straight up animals. And, the carnivores are, like, people don't like them because they eat other animals, you know. So for the most part, they're on, like, vegan alternatives for things. Except for chicken eggs, which is really weird how they're okay with giving away their children like that. But they, like, take pride in their work. But, you know, there's, like, a black market where people will sell their limbs or get kidnapped and chopped up. And, there are some people who just like serial kill to eat. We specifically follow, like, the high school drama club as our main group. I guess we gotta explain the word B-Star. It's basically, like, a representative of the society at that current point in time, right? It's just the goat. Generally, they want it to be a herbivore. Strong herbivore. Who shows that they are equal. They stand a chance against the carnivores should they ever freak out. So, you know, it's usually something like a deer. Some with, like, antlers and shit, horns, they can fuck you up. As you might guess, head of the drama club, the Sharpay of the group, is a deer. And he's, like, next in line to be B-Star. Everybody loves him. But he's got some dark past shit going on, and eventually he has to, like, dip out. Our protagonist, Legushi, is a wolf who's, like, very shy as fuck. He's a very nice guy. He works, like, backstage on lights and shit. So he gets caught up investigating a murder of one of the students, which low-key might have been him. They leave it ambiguous to us for a while. But he also ends up falling in love with a little rabbit slut. And I mean it when I say slut, like, she just, like, nobody likes her, but because she has sex casually with people. Including Mr. Deerman. But he, like, legit falls in love with her because he's, like, a too innocent virgin guy. And there's, like, a lot of drama between the three of them, specifically. Not to mention the whole carnivore-herbivore aspect of it. Like, even smelling her makes him fucking hungry, so he, like, her head sometimes. Yeah, the first season's mostly just, like, drama, but it ends in, like, a pretty cool, I guess I'll call it a shootout, where they end up raiding, like, a mafia complex to save Bunny Girl, who got kidnapped to be a meal for the freaking Dawn. So Legacy learns to fight with the freaking badass panda. He ends up taking down the whole fucking mob. And then Louie's there for reasons, and that's, like, where it leaves us. Like, he's missing, but he's also in the hands of the mob. And that's where you go to Season 2, where Legacy is now a detective investigating more murders and also looking for Louie. Meanwhile, Louie is out here becoming a fucking monster, because he, like, joins the mob somehow. And he becomes, like, a cannibal. I want to say it's more action-y, but I don't think there was more action. I guess it's more intense is the word I'm looking for. It was pretty great. You get a fight at the end, which has like a really fucked up scene where Legoshi ends up taking a bite out of someone to get a blood high to win the fight. Since he's been like actually starving himself since then to try and control his urges. For Bunny Girl's sake, right? Learning from Panda Sensei. Sadly not played by Jack Black. Yeah, really, I just can't wait for more of it. It's so good. Watch it. Also, the OPs are both bangers. Kind of off topic, going back to rom-coms, but also a Netflix show. I don't know if I ever talked about High Score Girl. It's pretty great. So this one is very noticeably 3D. But I don't know, I like the art style. It lends itself well to comedy, the way they did it. It's actually very funny. Our protagonist is me on a bad day. Where, like, he only cares about video games, so he's kind of an asshole to everyone. And that's basically his whole deal. He's, like, at the arcade fucking shitting on people in Street Fighter 2 all day. It takes place in, like, the early 80s or so. You start when the guy's a kid. He grows up later on. So, like, you see the games advance with time. What's really cool is they use, like, actual gameplay of the stuff that they're playing for storytelling reasons. So, like, you see the various versions of Street Fighter 2 that come out. There's, like, fucking 5 of. You see them play Darkstalkers, Virtual Fighter, Final Fight. Lots and lots of stuff. The music's really great. Right, the show's called High Score Girl. There's obviously a girl. She doesn't talk, which is like symbolism for how women didn't have a voice in the gaming community for a long time. But she also legit is fucking mute, and she's like kind of a tsundere. But she gets attached to him because, like, he comes from a strict rich family. They don't want her playing video games, but this guy's like obsessed with video games. He's passionate about it. She's like, "Oh, talk to me about the video games, please. Take me to the arcade, please." Meanwhile, her family's just trying to keep them away from each other the whole fucking time. Especially once they actually find out. And, she actually beats his ass. Like, she's way better than him at Street Fighter. Zangief main. So he's like, he low-key fucking hates her at first. Thinks of him as a rival. But eventually they do, like, start to bond a little, and once she's gone, she's like, "Oh, fuck. Ah, fuck." And he tries to get his shit together finally, like get good grades and stuff, so he can try and see her again later on. So, obviously, the whole, like, storytelling medium they're using is relatable for me, but, like, this show also has, like, some legit, very emotional scenes in it, like, when they're going away at the end of the first, no, in the middle of the first season, before other girls introduced. She's, like, fucking ripping his face off, because she really doesn't want him to go that bad. She's, like, drooling on him and shit. Right, so there's another girl who gets introduced later on when she's gone, and he grows up a bit. And she's, like, a legit interest for him, though she's not a gamer herself, so he's, like, doesn't care, but she loves to watch him because he's passionate. Same deal, right? And she eventually decides to learn, because she's like, hey, if I beat your ass, you're gonna take me on a date, okay? And that's when other girl comes back. That's where the next season starts. It's mostly like the build-up to the competition between the two girls, while also, like, elaborating more on what her family's like. Like, her fucking sister comes out of nowhere, and she's pretty cool. You learn that all the pressure got put on her because her little sister wanted to go do hot girl shit. But again, because she doesn't have a voice, she can't say no and go do hot girl shit either. God damn it. This guy keeps killing me. Should I just avoid him? No, I have Havoc for him. We'll use that. Basically, just watch it, alright? It's really fucking good. I'd give, like, that and B stars both perfect scores. The art style might not be for everyone, but, like, it grew on me very quickly. Oh, and of course there's just, you know, tons of video game in-jokes that you'll see throughout the whole thing. So it helps if you're a gamer. Probably seriously impacted my enjoyment of the show. But they also, like, explain things to you, right? Like, the first time he fights, oh no, the freaking girl is fucking better than him at everything. He, gets his ass kicked in the first round. He's like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to take her seriously. So he fucking starts guile turtling. Which is, like, a really fucking scumbag move. But they explain to you exactly how it's pulled off. So even if you don't know what guile turtling is, you now know. And it really, like, hammers home how much of a scumbag he is for doing that. He tries to style on her at the end and eat shit. So that's, like, he got his comeuppance. I think this is the boss room coming up. Maybe not. Is that like a broken ship or something that you hop over?
What would you ask of this? This will be fun for both of us. As you wait. Do make sure they scream, horseman.
I don't want to die.
You will die. Re:Zero Second Season Part 2 is another one they split up because of COVID restrictions.
Help! Please!
So, we talked about the first part. That was basically all the trial and error that would have been capitalized on at the end. I think that they still, like, ended the first part at an okay spot, but this whole half of the season is just him, like, executing on it, finally. So, like, there is no return by deathing. Instead, you just see his plan going down, but for the most part, it all happens in the past, or you learn about Amelia, finally, like, in detail. You learn exactly what her deal is. And also Betelgeuse, who was a great villain that I wish was still around. Yeah, basically everything that happens is in the past. I don't remember if Roswell's backstory happened in this season or the previous one. But that stuff got explained as well. And so it doesn't quite have, like, the pacing of satisfaction that you'd expect from the plan finally coming together. Because it just keeps, like, going into the past too much and wasting time with multiple episodes. So in that sense, it feels kind of meandery, but, like, it's also all really great. So yeah, basically just a massive lore dump. Again, this world is very interesting. Good action, even though the big bad is, like, kind of immortal. So, like, you know, you just see people suffering while doing exposition. I don't know, he actually saves the day, alright? It's good to see our man becoming a hero. And he's finally rewarded for it, like, thank God. He officially becomes Amelia's knight at the end. Even though he still can't fight for shit, he gets the job done. I think the next season's gonna focus a lot more on the actual royal selection now that she has a serious chance at it. And I imagine there's gonna be shenanigans between Subaru and the other knights. They completely explained all the other witches, too. And for the most part, they're not really that bad. They're not all evil, necessarily. So I'm not expecting too much shit to happen with them story-wise. Like, they're probably just gonna fade off and be background characters. A few of the Sin Archbishops are still a major threat, though, so they'll pop up somewhere. I'm just, like, trying to think how much more of the story could potentially be left. I'm thinking, like, 2 seasons. But you already know the whole series has a solid recommendation. It's pretty amazing. No, it was just more good stuff. I wish that that delay wasn't there, but, you know, it's nice that they got it out to us at any pace, right? Especially after the long-ass wait between Season 1 and 2. I maybe feel like they should have just waited longer to release Season 2, right? Because we already waited long enough. Like, you didn't need to give us a cock tease like that. I will say that it was definitely something I wish I binged, like, after the fact. There was, like, too much cliffhangers. It felt like everything was moving really fast. Like, the episodes were really short to me. So, like, maybe the pacing was too fast, even. I get they have only a limited number of episodes to work with, but... like, for something that's on a weekly release schedule... it was too much. Ooh, skill point. Oh.
Are you serious? It knows we're here. No. In fact, your shrieking clearly acts as a lullaby. Yes. Sarcasm.
Which of you is worse? I wonder.
Oh, there's Volgrim. Are we back where yeah. That's why it was placed after, because it's a late game shortcut. Okay. We're like right back at the entrance to the swamp. Hello? I respect that they didn't take control of the camera away from me, but they took control of my movement away, so they might as well have. Would have maybe not missed that scene, at least. We are just lagging a lot. Maybe my computer needs to be reset. It's normally not like this. You know that. I know the footage lags out sometimes because it's recording and that's just how it be. But I'm sure this one looks noticeably worse than usual, right? Right, Mr. Consistent Viewer?
Didn't I already?
I know you're there. I see a little graph at the end of my streams. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Oh. What else have we got to work with? Oh, so I'm a spider, so what? Remember how we talked about Berserk before? So this is a show by Monster Works, who actually did the animation for the bad seasons of Berserk. So I don't think it was their fault that it looks so bad. Because this show looks great. Maybe it's just that they're animating monsters specifically and not so many people. But I guess they like specialize in CGI and like 2D isn't their thing. Basically isekai, we've explained that before. Whole classroom gets isekai'd. For the most part, everyone's like reincarnated as a noble, and they have like, you know, good status. They're all in the same class. They've all got good skills, RPG skills. You level up, you got fucking perks you acquire on level up based on what you've been doing. Organic leveling system. This world may low-key be a game or some kind of simulation, but they haven't quite explained it yet. But basically, a couple of the characters got reincarnated as monsters, like boss monsters, and they had to be put down for the most part. But our character, the spider, ended up spawning in like the endgame zone, where all the hard shit is. So, you know, after traditional spider birth of eating your siblings and running away from mommy, she eventually learns to survive and starts becoming OP. Or she gets her ass kicked for a while, but she becomes OP. Specializing in poison, of course. And because there's no one there to tell her otherwise, she just kind of keeps acquiring all the skills she can, becoming immune to stuff, getting like OP busted stuff, and increasing her taboo ranking, which is what happens when you get something really powerful. What does it do? I wonder. If you haven't guessed, she's low-key becoming the Demon Lord. And she's probably gonna end up being the final boss for one of her classmates to murder. Despite being an otherwise nice monster, nothing can understand her, so it's still a big issue. She evolves periodically, so like her form changes. By the end, she becomes like Quelog from Dark Souls. That's the name of the hot spider lady. Yeah, she becomes like a human-bodied spider queen thing. And now she's finally able to communicate, but that's where things left off. But she ends up getting like a skill that lets her split her mind multiple times, so she has like stuff that controls her movement, stuff that controls her magic, stuff that just analyzes the situation in general, and they all like bicker with each other internally. So like, despite only following the one spider around, they have different personalities that are arguing. Meanwhile, they're just fighting cool CGI monsters. There's a pretty great scene early on where she's, like, fighting off a horde of monkeys. She's, like, dropping balls of poison on their face and fucking skin's melting off. It's great. It's very brutal. Lots of blood in the show. Oh, and in the end credits, they're like... she's singing a song, and it's pretty great. Like, she goes fucking full rap god. But it's just like monkeys raving with glow sticks and stuff, which is funny to see. So again, you do follow the classmates sometimes, and like, they're one of the guys becoming the new hero. Who's probably gonna end up having to slay Spider Lady. And I feel like that's like the weaker part of the show. Like, they exist just to move the plot forward till the point where they eventually meet back up and see what happens. And they maybe spend just a little too much time on there, but basically every second with the spider is great. They also help explain like what the deal is with the taboo skills and whatnot through them, since they can actually talk and they know stuff that the rest of the world knows. So yeah, it's pretty great. I know I said the human segments weren't, like, the best, but, like, they're not bad. They're just significantly worse than spider segments. Not significantly, noticeably. I guess that means the same thing, but you know what I mean. You got, like, great to good is the difference. Oh shit, he's alive. feel like we've been in here before. I think this leads to the outside zone. I think this is the path to the boss, actually. Oh, okay. I guess I completely ignored that wall initially. The Vulgrim, you want these souls? Take them.
As you wish. Do make sure they scream, horseman.
Why'd he put me down, though? Ah! I feel like I'm supposed to be escaping. Because I know I don't fight him yet. Maybe I have to hit his eyes? Was that a hint in the cutscene? Right, so when I threw the friggin' throwing star at his eye, he just put me down. He didn't, like, cover up his eye or anything, and he has multiple hands that he could have used to do that, were he to do that. But, like, why'd he put me down? He had no reason to. In fact, he's a tentacle monster. He's got suction cups, so he doesn't even have a grip. So, like, throwing something at his eye would be a really bad idea, because he just go like, ah, with you in his hands. Headphones fell off. Yeah. I have to look for a way out, I think. Yeah.
Is that one of the 7?
Perhaps. One could have changed since our last encounter.
There's the boss room. Obviously there's stuff to explore just around the corner that we got pulled away from. I'm not sure if we can actually go there yet. I'm gonna have to wait for him to go away first. Okay. Just another shortcut. Doesn't quite put us back where we were. What if it did, though? Hold on. I think this is where we came from. I just... not offer these boxes. Oh! Yeah, it's the wrong way, mate. Ah, it collapsed. I'm not used to the world state changing like that. Back down here. Back to where we came. So I don't think we have access to another Chosen quite yet.
This.
However, with the addition of the Crucible, I could theoretically go grind out coins and max out one of my other charms. If I wanted to.
As you wish. Farewell for now.
I wouldn't do that on camera, I don't think, but, you know, this is the hardest boss in the game, in my opinion.
Location, is it?
Have you learned nothing? Appearances can be deceiving. Besides, lust never appears as expected.
What exactly did you mean by that?
The notion of sin is one thing, the concept of lust is something else entirely. Especially humanity's concept of lust.
I see. As in, a lust for...
You name it. The humans have quite the imagination. Lust is everything to everyone. That's what makes lust dangerous.
But isn't that just avarice?
No such thing.
Or does avarice refer specifically to money and wealth? Or I think they just looked for an excuse to not make it sexy. But she's also like kind of a hot barbarian lady. Lust for power. Age of Conan. Age of Conan O'Brien.
Can you guess what I lust after? In this broken world, what is left to want?
He's nuts.
I always thought you were the smart one. Pity. To what do I owe this distinct pleasure? After all, to be visited by a fabled horseman.
I have but one purpose here.
As you see, she is not sexy barbarian lady.
You
She is barbarian lady.
I have no interest in your respect, just your head.
But it's hot to me.
Come now, Fury. I am no barbarian like the others. No, we need not meet as enemies a second time.
Tell it to the Charred Council.
They aren't here. So instead, I tell you, Queen of the Horsemen, powerful, armed with the flame hollow, a crossblade, your fabled whip.
I am above your distractions, lust.
The truth is often distracting when one lives a lie. You speak as though we are natural enemies. Why must this be so? I know my role in the universe. I wonder if you've ever stopped to question yours. You are a horseman. But why did you make that choice?
Because my
And if
horse is
so,
my only friend.
Was there some reasoning behind it?
Shut up and fight!
You don't even know why you fight, do you? Fight for your brothers? Oh, of course not. Your antagonism towards them is well known. Do you seek to achieve some sort of balance? Oh, you never believed in the greater good until it suited you. No, no, no. What I see in your actions is a lust all your own. A lust for power and privilege and protection from the Nephilim's inevitable fall. Ultimately, that makes us allies, doesn't it?
Stand down, Fury.
Death. What are you, all of you, doing here?
Are we not four horsemen united? We are here to confirm that the mission is complete.
The mission.
The other sins have been destroyed by my hand. Death worked to free War and clear his name. More importantly, we have exposed a great conspiracy.
What conspiracy?
Heaven and hell working in secret consort to bring about the apocalypse earlier than anyone would wish for.
I think
The
they changed
Dark
Christ's
Council has
voice actor.
dispatched us together to wreak havoc on both sides. Balance will be restored. The wicked will be punished.
You mean all of this?
We are to unseat the rulers of both sides. And in honor of your unwavering loyalty to the cause, the Council has decreed that you will lead the Horsemen.
You, Fury, will usher in a new age on Earth.
Of course. Finally, everything makes some sort of divine sense.
It does?
Mistress, is this not everything you wanted? Finally come to you.
Set aside the past, sister. Today, we live in service to you.
I will be done.
This is not real!
What?
Oh, it was worth a shot.
You think you know me so well!
Is it not what you want most? The power to lead in the manner you see fit. What was an illusion could soon be reality. If you set aside the wants of others and focus on yourself. Ultimately, it is your choice to make. So choose.
You should not have made them kneel!
Yeah, that was literally the giveaway. They wouldn't do that. Jesus Christ. Guys, this is Sword of Saint Ishin. God, I can't parry.
That's you! That one you're in right now! That soon!
Oh, it feels nice.
What was I saying? Yeah, there's nothing skimpy about this woman's outfit. Still hot to me, though. I'm not into pain by any means, but if a girl looks like she can kick my ass, that's kind of great.
And let's pull the strings together.
So, you know, my ideal woman is basically a Viking.
Oh, the things we could do together.
Not to mention the whole Nordic, Slavic, Celtic gene pool is just like great. You go to Poland, everyone's a freaking supermodel. Oof. I don't have the timing on her attacks down very well, as you can see. These should all be very easy and perfect dodge. Like, they're slow.
Stand with me, and it's all yours.
Haven't seen that attack yet.
That feeling, that one you're in right now.
Lust for victory. Lust for relief. Right now, I feel like I might have a solid chance against her. I just need to get the timing down a little better. She probably has more moves she pulls out of her ass when she goes below half health, though. Probably some poison spells or something.
Time with demons and mystics, horsemen. If you really want to prove your power, stand with me, and it's all you. Come and get me! Oh, the things we could do together.
Obviously, the fortifier is going to be what wins it for us. But I need to have a little more practice before I'm confident enough to use one.
Time with demons and mystics, horsemen. If you really want to prove your power, stand with me, and it's all you. Oh, the things we could do together. If only you weren't so damn stubborn.
It could have been the others.
Stop wasting time with demons and ninjas, horsemen. If you really want to prove your power, stand with me, and it's all you.
Let fall the blades of heaven!
Oh, not this guy.
An archangel? Oh, you seal, you flatter.
I'll see you dead, Lust, never to rise again!
We had a deal! Stand down!
Now why would he do that? When he knows a deal with you isn't half as appealing as a deal with me.
Don't listen!
I can return your sweet little angels to their former glory. Yes, if you just protect me from this terrible woman.
Lucille!
And won't it be glorious when you march back to the gates of heaven with your numbers restored?
Shut up!
And restore truth, righteousness to that befouled place. Your truth, Archangel, you see. Your command. Wouldn't that be lovely?
The 7th Legion. Alive and whole. Restoring glory. Our deal is revoked.
No, Lucille!
Won't this be fun?
Right, this is why it's fucking hard. These games always fall apart when you gotta hurt multiple enemies at once. Even if this one does have decent crowd control attacks.
The things we could do together. If only you weren't so damn stuck.
Oh, my fucking being disabled during the cutscene. Fucking ass.
This is a one-time terrible response. Wise up and
That would have been a fight with anyone other than yourself!
Ah.
and let's pull the strings together.
You think maybe I should just focus on killing Lust? Because she attacks a lot faster than him. Like, yeah, he kept hitting me because I don't know his timing yet, but his attacks are also very slow. But slower than hers, so, like, they should be easy. He also seems to have more health than her. It's kind of fucked up, honestly. I mean, it looks like he has more health, but he comes in second, like, that's messed up, man. It should be like a quick down, just a minor inconvenience.
Even if I do fall, you will always wonder, what if? Save yourself that moment. Join me now. Power corrupts, but absolute crushes the self-righteous to dust.
That's a shame. We did really good on that second try. Maybe I'll use one of these. feel like it's probably not the move for a boss. Because you don't want to get hit by the boss. Against like a crowd of enemies, it's great, I'm sure. Damn it. I hit down instead of up, because I thought I hadn't switched back to it yet. What else do we have to work with? 20 strength shards, purification, wrath, havoc, arcane. Oh. I feel at least bad about wasting these ones at least. Because again, they're not gonna save your ass in a boss fight, so you might as well.
Power corrupts, but absolute power crushes the self-righteous to death. My generosity, but you dally with angels. I'm a failure.
Gosh. This fight's gonna be the rest of the stream. We're going to beat her. We ain't even that deep in, but we're going to beat her. And when that happens, we'll be done.
You will always wonder, what if? Save yourself and join me now. I am your man. This is a one-time, terribly generous offer, Fury. Wise up and take it.
When she goes in for the big slide, that's not a stab. So I can just like stand still and wait for the actual attack. I keep dodging because that's what it's like. Fucking the fight against Father Owl has that same move, except it's Mikarible, so you usually dodge into it. Like, you want him to feed those to you. Especially in his second form when he does them all the time. It's only the first phase of that fight that gives me a little bit of trouble. Yeah.
Even if I do,
I literally just did the thing I said not to do.
what if? Give yourself that. Join me now. This is a one-time, terribly generous offer, Fury. Wise up.
So the reason killing the big man first seems more enticing is that he's not gonna be blocking constantly. I don't think he blocks at all. He's just a big meat. As with her, I have to wait to actually get an attack in. Unless I end up behind her somehow. Which again just comes down to dodging an attack properly.
That one you're in right now. That's true love. Oh, it was
nice. Ow. That one was kind of fast.
This is a one-time, terribly generous offer. Come and get me. Wise up. Won't accept my generosity, but you dally with angels. I bet.
Fuck. I know I had my wrath attack ready or whatever the whole time, but I think that's gonna get canceled out in the middle of the fight. Like, I think that cutscene is baked into it. So I was trying to not activate it because she was almost at the midpoint. We'll have to see when we actually get there.
And let's pull the strings together. Oh, the things we could do together. If only you weren't so stubborn.
Aha.
This would have been the ultimate.
Victim. It wouldn't make sense for him to just walk into the arena already possessed, so like I guess it's okay that's there. It's also a little annoying. Thank God there's a skip button though. God. It throws me the fuck off. They turn off the freaking thing for the sake of aesthetics. Just do it for a cutscene only, and let me keep my fucking fire form on so I don't hit Y and it does fucking nothing. God damn. I haven't even tried out the new fucking weapon yet. I'm still not using it. It doesn't have lifesteal. It's essential. Essential when you're bad. Ow, come on.
A puppet! Join me, and let's pull the strings together. That feeling, that one you're in right now, that's true lust. Oh, it feels nice, doesn't it?
Oh. Ah.
Could have been the ultimate power. C'est la
This is a one-time, terribly generous offer, Fury. Why don't you take it? That one you're in right now, that's true lust. Oh, it feels nice, doesn't it?
Man, she's so close. Do the charge move. I can't Metroid crawl. Hey. Alright, get that fucking thing back on before I forget. Ah, fuck you, fuck you.
But some sins must...
I used all my heals before I got to that part, which is not good. We got there were 2 left the first time. I think that's fair. Though ideally we would keep all 3.
wasting time with demons and nature, horsemen. If you really want to prove your power, stand with me, and it's all
Come and get me!
Now, because she always does slashy moves, dodging backwards is kind of the way to go. That means I always end up putting distance between me and her. So, like, I kind of want to go back to the strat of using the tornadoes for the arcane attack. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, though, because it's going to make her attacks harder to read. There is a pretty solid audio cue on him. Like, it goes when it's about to go. But on the fast attack, I don't think that's really there. That's the one that, you know, it's my biggest issue at the moment. Bro, what the fuck?
a puppet. Join me, and let's pull the strings together. What if? Dig yourself back to me. Join me now. This is a one-time terribly generous offer, Fury. Rise up and take it.
Gosh darn.
Stop wasting time with demons and nations. If you really want to prove your power, stand with me, and it's all good.
My fingers were all over the place. I missed the arcane counter. Fuck.
This is a one-time terribly generous offer, Fury. Why not take it?
Ah.
A fight for anyone other than yourself!
all kinds of fucked up.
Power corrupts, but absolute power crushes the self-righteous.
I don't know, I feel like this game encourages like very fast-paced combat. Like you gotta just dodge around, keep attacking. That doesn't really work on this boss. And this feels a little more like something you'd fight in Zelda, where you just like wait until it gives you the opportunity to actually hurt it.
This is a one-time terribly generous offer. Rise up
I guess it is how like all the fights in Sekiro played out, but there, you know, it gave you the tools to stay in there. So you would use your bravery to make those opportunities happen rather than having to wait specifically. You would just like parry an attack, and now you have an opportunity. Not you wait for them to use the big attack and then you have an opportunity. Obviously all the attacks are counterable in this though, so it's like not quite as bad as I'm making it out to be. Still, it just feels like a lot of waiting. Which makes it frustrating, because I want to get back to Phase 2, where I actually need to practice. But it just takes a while to get there. I haven't even mastered Phase 1 yet, either.
crushes the
Trying to throw in the boomerang, that's like taking my fingers off to where it should be. I need to try and incorporate my middle finger for the triggers instead of just my index. This one. Rats. They seem to have an effective range on them I didn't know about. I think they're stun locking her. Guess I might just be stuck in a fucking walk loop.
Power corrupts, but absolute power crushes the self-righteous to death. A one-time, terribly generous offer, Fury. Wise up and take it. Always blazing away for others. A puppet. Join me, and let's pull the strings together. Stop wasting time. time with demons and men. If you really want to prove your power, stand with me, and it's all yours. Even if I do fall, you will always wonder, what is... Give yourself back, Charger, and join me now.
It looked like switching during the counter move, like, triggered the counter move. That makes sense. During the counter movement. Because I didn't hit Y, and I went into that attack, which was completely unintentional and probably put me in danger.
Join me, and let's pull the strings together.
That time it saved my life.
You will never be in the heaven.
Oh, things we could do together. If only you weren't so damn stubborn.
Fuck.
But some sins must be left unpunished.
Damn it.
Even if I do fall, you will all...
I don't know who to focus on. I think the fight might even end early if I end up killing her first. And that would be great, but it also might not. But the other bosses, it felt like there was always somewhere else I could go to go grind or whatever, which I technically can still do, and like the Crucible's a thing as well. But like, we're at a wall as far as game progression goes. We need to get past this before we can do any other puzzles or anything like that. And I don't like that feeling.
This is a one-time, terribly generous offer, Fury. Rise up and take it.
Damn it.
You won't accept my generosity. Let's dally with angels. I'm offended. Always slaving away for others. A puppet.
Join me, and let's pull the strings together.
Could have been the ultimate power cut.
If only you weren't so damn stubborn. This is a one-time, terribly generous offer, Fury. Wise up and take it. Accept my generosity, but you dally with angels. I will wait. Power corrupts, but crushes the soul. If only you weren't so damn
Or I will have no choice but to end you, girl!
pull the strings together. For others, a puppet. Join me, and let's pull the strings together.
Oh. Thought I was gonna get hit on that.
Oh, the things we could do together. If only you weren't so damn stubborn.
terribly generous offer, Fury. Wise of and let's pull this through.
Ah, what do you mean you fucking...
Fight for anyone other than yourself!
Bitch! I want to focus on lust. But the other guy's attacks have such a wide range that it's easy for him to blindside you. Especially with all the waiting, I'm just not ready for it. And he's so tempting with how he doesn't block your attacks, so you don't have to wait to fight him. Then I get blindsided by the other bitch.
Even if I do so, you will always wonder, what if? Save yourself that torture. Join me now.
Ah.
Wasting time with demons and makers, horse. If you really want to prove your power, stand with me, and it's all on you. Even if I do fall, you will always wonder, what if? Save yourself that torture and join me now.
Man, fuck Dota.
Terribly generous offer. Why take it?
I saw my brother was playing it the other day after I finally convinced him to uninstall it, since he's always not having fun every time he plays it. He relapsed.
That feeling, that one you're in right now, that's truly love. Oh, it feels nice.
I'm sure the game's changed just that much more since then, so he's probably not having a good time still. But, you know, maybe the break was exactly what he needed to relearn the game, so I'm curious to see how that goes for him. I'm like 6-7 years clean from it now, though.
That feeling, that one you're in right now, that's true love. Oh, it feels nice.
I actually just uninstalled Heroes of the Storm last month, too. Which I didn't play too often. Again, the game's a freaking joke. But, like, you know, I just pop in, like, twice a year. Wreck everyone's ass and leave. Just gotta remind him who's in charge, you know? I'd really be curious to see what a match between, like, pro Dota players and pro League players who've never played Heroes would look like. Because, like, it's just so much simpler. Easier to digest, a lot more action-packed. Obviously, there are pro Heroes players, but, like, something tells me they ain't got shit on the other ones, even if they just played for the first time.
Time with demons and makers. If you really want to prove your power, stand with me, and it's all you.
A good thing I will say about the game, though, is the freaking, like, microtransaction system is actually, like, enjoyable. I never spent money on it, but as a free player, I got, like, a lot of stuff. I earned enough premium currency through playing to buy cool shit. I felt like I was getting stuff at a very consistent pace to keep me interested. Whereas with Dota, there would be long streaks where I have just no RNG to get items. You have to wait until your account levels up to get one for free.
But you dally with angels. I'm offended.
Man, we crushed that. And we got crushed. God. I am pissed. You know, normally talking is a distraction, but maybe with all the waiting, it'll help with me being impatient, so maybe we'll pick another topic finally. Quintessential Quintuplet's second season. Jeez, we're talking about a lot of rom-coms, aren't we? Let's see, so... This show is the premise of the award-winning movie Parasite, essentially. A kid from a poor family gets brought into a rich family as a tutor. And they really don't like him because he's poor and an outsider. And in this case, specifically, he's also an asshole. But he's the smartest kid in the school. So he's got to be the tutor. So... yeah. Teach them study skills, try and befriend them so they actually trust them, even though none of them want to study. They're all idiots, but they're all slightly better than each other at specific topics. So, like, while they only got 60s, were they all the same person, they would have a passing grade. So he tries to appeal their different aspects, and eventually they get on the same page, kinda. But the drama continues into the second season, where they keep fighting each other. However, he also ends up getting all the pussy wet. So now we've got a fucking 5-way... what is that, a pentagon? A love pentagon. you have to worry about. And it does go places, eventually. There's still... They tell you from the beginning that he does end up marrying one of them. But, like, the drama is all over the place. And, you know, it's still up in the air as to which one it will be. But the money is on, like, 3 of them who are fighting really hard. And then the one who's, like, not fighting hard is probably the answer, but, like, I don't know, I feel like the whole family is gonna get torn apart or something, or it's, like, a trick and he's gonna marry all of them, which would be insane. I don't know, I'd say this one leans mostly into the comedy aspect, like, it is a funny show to watch. I don't know, it's just wholesome. Very wholesome. Wholesome and funny. Like, what more could you want? Yeah, there's really not too much more to talk about. Like, it's a show where people talk, so the animation isn't, like, A1 ever. But the writing's good, and that's what matters. Get a better topic. Oh boy. The hidden dungeon only I can enter. So I went into this one knowing that it was garbage. Kinda like Domestic Girlfriend, right? This is an ecchi show, which means it's not hentai, but it's basically porn. And you know, actual hentai is hilarious. Ecchi is when it gets cringe, because like they're not leaning into it hard enough. Generally speaking. Though I don't think anyone legitimately jerks off to either of them. So, this kind of follows the isekai format in that the guy is OP and he acquires skills. However, this is very much just how their world works. He's not from another world because it's an unnecessary plot device in this case. And he builds a harem, of course, appealing to every possible fetish, including the illegal ones. And basically his superpower is that he can make more powers, but only by spending his life force, which he can get more of by being horny. So he has to, like, eat good food, or fondle his best friend, or kiss someone. Eventually he gets a power that makes, like, the wind blow just the right way to blow up people's skirts and stuff at random. There's anything to keep him happy and aroused. So, like, over time, things become more shit-showy. Otherwise, relatively boring, and yeah, he's just OP. Oh, this guy, he's got a bad thing. I'll make a power that counters the bad thing. Easy. I just need to, like, fuel you up first, okay? Hey, fam. And of course, childhood best friend's like, oh, yeah, I guess you could do that as my friend. It's cool. I don't want to marry you or anything.
If only you weren't so damn stubborn.
So honestly, it's kind of fucked up that he's, like, building a harem after the fact, that he's already, like, making out with his best friend every day before school to build up power. Pretty scummy, really. And yeah, I don't feel like we can talk more about that without things getting a little bit more gross. Like how he has his sister. Sisters are never good in this kind of show. So yeah, it was all cringe. It was very bad. And that's exactly why I watched it, okay? There's entertainment in seeing, like, who thought this was okay? In every scene. So, what it's trying to do seriously, it fails at, obviously.
That feeling, that one you're in right now, that.
Alright, we'll go back to the one we skipped. I think it was called Top Tier Character Tomozaki-kun, something like that. More rom-coms. Woo. This is another gamer-themed one. So you guy's like a pro Smash player. And again, like in High Score Girl, he's kind of an asshole. He doesn't have friends. All he cares about is Smash Bros. And he thinks that life is a shitty game. You've heard this fucking shit before, right? So his rival, the second best in the world, is like, hey, we should meet up and, like, fuck or something, right? He shows up, he's like, oh, wow, you're a fucking loser. I also know you. And, you know, the rival's like, the best girl in school. She's like, okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna train you that life is pretty cool. And, you're gonna, like, you know, be my mans and shit. She didn't actually say that, but, like, low-key, that's what the whole thing was about. Even though she's trying to hook him up with every other girl in the meantime. To try and teach him social skills, which is, like, really sociopathic. And, basically, he succeeds in becoming a regular person and making friends and shit. Which is, like, cathartic, I guess. However, as I said, the other girl's a bit of a sociopath. And by the end, that becomes a legit issue. He's no longer, like, going with the fake personality bullshit, trying to get people to like him for the sake of it. She's like, that's not okay. I thought you had goals, man. And, like, eventually the tables turn, and now he's, like, trying to teach her how to actually be a person, rather than what people want her to be. So I assume there's a second season in the works. Hopefully they, like, don't make her look like a fucking sociopath, because that's where she's at right now, and it's fucking weird. Not that they're bad people, but, like, watching someone teach someone else that that kind of social manipulation is okay is not okay.
That one you're in right now, that true love. Oh, nice, doesn't it?
So yeah, I guess that one's a fun time. However, I'm concerned that someone is going to take all the advice in it legitimately. And, it's not good. Like, you already see posts on Reddit of, like, autistic people trying to make friends through, like, persona memes. And they claim that actually helps them, so, like, that's good for them, but also, like, I don't think it's okay.
If only you weren't so damn stubborn.
Okay, so, like, one of the things they're encouraged to regularly do is, like, record all of their conversations and listen to them later so they know, like, where they can improve. Which is something that I kind of have to do with streaming, so I let's go, like, less, because that's just, like, ear rape to you guys. But, like, you know, that's part of the job as an entertainer, even though this isn't a job. Like, yes, you are seeing a manufactured, more perfect me when we're doing this. Obviously, I swear a lot more than I already do. Obviously, I say the bad words that I don't mean to say, and meme them. So, like, yeah, it is a way to improve your speech patterns, but I don't think it's okay to, like, improve your speech patterns artificially. You're putting a fake personality out there for people. If you think about someone like Justin Roiland, like, you have Rick and Morty, they're always like, Morty, before they actually say anything. That's just because he actually thinks faster than he can talk. So he ends up writing it exactly as he thinks. And, like, on one level it's annoying, on the other level I appreciate the authenticity once you actually, like, watch stuff of Justin Roiland outside of Rick and Morty. Understand that that is him. Suddenly it's a little less annoying once you know what the deal is.
For others. A puppet! Join me, and let's pull the strings together. Stop wasting time with demons and miracles. If you really want to prove your power, stand with me, and it's all you. Even if I do this, you will always wonder, what if?
Save yourself that torture and join us! Even if I do, you will always wonder, what if? Save yourself that torture and join me! Stop wasting time with demons and miracles, Orson. If you really want to use that power, stand with me, and it's all yours. Power corrupts, but absolute power crushes the self-righteous to death. Oh, the things...
How are we doing? Yeah, we're at 4 hours. I'm gonna take a break. And by that, I mean I'll see you guys in, like, a week or whatever. But I will maybe go grind out the arena a little bit or something to help us next time. Like, I have to kill them on camera. That's just how this works. But we will figure this out, because I, like, really got pissed. My head kind of hurts. My ears hurt. 4 hours is enough, guys. And we'll try this again at a later date. So, later.